Okie doke. Welcome everyone. We're here for the Bacon County Board of County Commissioners work session of April 3rd, 2012. Our first item on the agenda is iPad demonstration. John, do you want to introduce the group here?
Sure. So, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm John Soborowski. I'm the network coordinator for the City County IT Department. And we've been asked to do a presentation for you all on iPads, how they're integrating, a little bit about them, show a couple of the apps, just kind of a quick presentation. So we're going to do this as a group. Mary Lackner from GIS is going to show some great GIS stuff. Wendy Schultz from the Assessor's Office is going to show her app and how they use it out in the field. And Ryan from Public Safety is going to do accessories. So, and hopefully we can get it done.
Yeah, George.
Yeah, thanks for that. I thought one of the outcomes of this would be to see how we can integrate it for us as commissioners in terms of how we go about our business. And so it's good to understand how other departments are using it. But I thought it was specifically going to try to give us some hands-on training as well. So is that sort of the next step?
Yeah, I think today we wanted to kind of introduce you to the capabilities. I think there's different levels of understanding about what the devices are capable of and how you might be able to use them with, for example, the PDF formats that the agendas come out in and such. And so you'll be able to see how those applications are currently being used in the organization. And then, if there's further interest, I think in terms of a demo, rather than having it in a group setting like this, it might be better to do those on a one-on-one or where we can really sit down around a table. And then we would invite the board members, if you have an interest in trying to use the device or try going paperless based on those experiences, both this demonstration and then if you want to follow up with a sit down and actually using the device. This setup wasn't very conducive to that, but we can certainly do that, and then we would invite the board's interest in whether you'd like to pilot the technology or not.
Okay, great. If we, we're supposed to finish about 2:45, so we might run over a little bit. But board, if you have questions about a specific application or maybe potential use relative to what you just asked, George, because I really thought this was also going to be educational for us as to how we might input, use this tool, as it were. I'm already convinced unequivocally it's fantastic for the organization. And Phyllis and I had gone through some personal, just as iPad, and I'll call it iPad 3, was coming out. We had personal communications and a series of emails, and staff helped out with more feedback. I got a pretty good picture about the organization using these things. So why don't we go ahead and start up and go ahead and do your presentation, but feel free to ask some questions.
Yeah, my part of it, I'm just going to show a little bit about how it integrates. We'll talk a little bit about how it's being used. So we're 6 months in and counting, and at about 4 months in, we did a survey for those that were using the iPad in the city and the county. There weren't too many people in the county using them, but the city folks were certainly hot and heavy into them. At the time, we had about 56 iPads being used. Now we have a count of about 70, including the third generation, if you want to call them, iPad 3s, new iPad, whatever name Apple wants to give them, that are kind of on back order right now. 13 city, 5 county departments. We have identified 20 business and productivity apps that are being used by the staff for these departments. We have 6 departments that use the VPN access, remote access from home or out in a hotel, wherever. And we ask them where it's used, primarily in the office and at meetings. A lot of people are using them in the field. There are some apps that are built for that. A lot of people use them on the bus. I'm one of them. I see Phyllis using hers every now and then on the bus. So, of course, at home, grab them, and I often log in and try to pull up a document that I need to see, or log into my desktop because I need to do some work on the network. And I can only do that on my desktop because that's one of the few authorized computers that can get into stuff. Everyone uses email, calendar syncing. Everyone takes notes with it. A lot of people do document markups or create documents or edit spreadsheet, filling out forms in the field. I was just talking to utility billing, and they're using one of the standard PDF programs, iAnnotate, they have a great system down of doing appraisals and inspections out in the field and taking pictures. Very similar to what Wendy does and her team. There are a few special apps around, apps purposely built for doing stuff out in the field. And some people, like I'm one of them, access network docs and saving paper. That's the big thing. That is one of the first things you find out with this. Some specific uses. The assessor uses them for doing their appraisals. So they do right on site, fill out the forms in the field. Jody uses it to log from home or elsewhere remotely to check in on the county HVAC servers. City Council, they are already viewing and editing their council packets, and they use a cloud storage service called Dropbox, very popular one out there, and share documents, share stuff amongst themselves. City ComDev, they have a special purpose-built app for building inspections. They have the entire blueprints of the hospital project on an app that is used. They can red tag from the app, send an email, send an attached picture, and say, fix it. This is the problem. It's very cool. And everyone does notes, task documents, presentations with them, saving a ton of paper. This presentation, by the way, is not on this iPad. I am doing it from directly through the internet on a cloud service. So, thought I'd get this great picture when Derek came in to kind of clean out his agendas and council packets. It's got a few months worth there. And there he is today. We even got Mick using it. So what the iPad is, it's a consumer multimedia tablet device. Okay, it's very lightweight, portable, mobile, has great graphics. You don't even have to buy the iPad 3 to have great graphics on it. It's easy, it's a lot of fun to use, a lot of fun to play around with. Has network capabilities. It's very important. There are many tablets out there, like the Kindle, that don't have any networking. You know, you can get internet, but networking means can you access stuff within your business, within your corporate network. It's really redefined the way internet media is being used out there. It really has over the last couple of years. And of course, we've all heard the statement, there's an app for that. And there probably is. There's about 500,000 of them out there. Now, what the iPad isn't, it's not a laptop, not a notebook, not a smartphone, and it's not a Mac. So don't get confused with all of that and think, well, I don't know anything about a Mac, so how am I going to learn the iPad? They have nothing to do with each other. Just because Apple makes the Mac and it makes the iPad, they're very different types of devices. It was never designed as a business device. There have been tablets out on the commercial market for about the last 10 years. Many of those are very business-oriented. Many of them run Windows. But the iPad, when that came out, that, of course, just stirred up the pot in terms of the consumer market. It just drove everyone crazy. And now they've got their apps.
Let me, when you say not a business device, I mean, you're going to be using a lot of kind of lingo here that you know well and I don't. But do you mean you can't run Excel on it?
You can run Excel on it.
Okay, what do you mean by not a business device then?
It wasn't built for the corporate network in mind. Everything we've had to do is kind of a workaround. And you're going to find with some of these apps that it's not as simple as taking your mouse and opening something and then saving it. It's, I got to tap here, I've got to open it here. Oh, I can't open it here, I have to go to another app. And then maybe I can save it, maybe I can't, maybe I have to email it to myself. It's kind of kludgy for some of this stuff, not for everything, but for some of it is, a little bit. Doesn't multitask. That's a term that means you can actually open up something on a computer screen and then open up something else and have both things running at the same time and drag and drop between them. You can't do that with this device. It's kind of one app at a time. Now, there's a few things you can do to get around that, but not really. Really a single app, one thing at a time.
So you can't really cut and paste from an article and then put it over into an email?
Yes, you can.
You can, okay.
Kind of.
Kind of.
You need to know the path.
You need to know that. You need to know a few of those little tricks, like how to make, the keys stay on caps, things like that. A little different than with the Windows PC that you folks are used to. Not an open source device, that really doesn't pertain here. It's really about how you develop apps for it. It's not something that I can go back home and write an app for it and load it onto my machine. Everything has to be done through Apple, vetted through Apple. Yes, you can write your app, but Apple's got to approve it. So I also call it an internet crippled device. So by that, I mean there's some things that it can't do with a browser. So today you can open up your laptop and you can go and watch the commissioner meetings on Granicus, the city council meetings on Granicus without a problem, because those plugins that allow those types of videos to work. Everyone's heard of Flash. Okay? This device natively does not play Flash. You have to have a special app to get around it, or a special something you do to get around it. So now it doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to see stuff. It just means that you've got to work around it. That's what I mean by internet cripple. It's not press, tap on an app, open the icon, and you're there, necessarily. And there's no integrated Microsoft Office apps yet. In other words, Microsoft has not built Office for this device. There's a whole bunch of different apps that will allow you to emulate Word and Excel and PowerPoint. There's also a couple apps I found that allow you to use the full Microsoft product in the cloud, like I'm doing here. So this is full PowerPoint from Microsoft. I'm using it directly on the internet. So, Rachel, it's okay. It's really easy to use.
Yeah, I have to say, just describing all these workarounds and it doesn't do this, it doesn't do that, it's not a good sell. It's just not a good sell.
I had to do this with everybody.
Right.
And once people got a hold of it, they found a niche that it's going to work for them in.
So are you saying that most people also still have a PC?
I haven't found anyone that's gone from a PC to only this.
Right, so everyone has had both.
Now, let me clarify that. In the front range, we're way behind the power curve. In the front range, I'll give you an example, El Paso County. They've got about 150 iPad users, of which the majority are not given desktops. So, how do they do that? Their organization pushes out a Windows desktop to this, and they use it as they would their desktop. A little smaller screen and no mouse, but we're able to do that.
Can you run DVDs on an iPad?
No.
So when someone says, well, here's the whole Forest Service plan on DVD, I gave it to you, you would still need a PC to be able to look at it.
Correct.
And then if you wanted to email it to someone, you wouldn't be able to you'd have to email it to your own iPod and then email it to someone else?
Possibly, yeah, possibly. That's one way to do it. So, don't feel discouraged. Please don't feel discouraged. It really is a very good device. How does it integrate? Well, there are some apps that make it work. Our network is, for the most part, ready for it. To get connected, you use either Wi-Fi or 3G. Of course, if you're in any of the city-county buildings, or the majority of them, we have our own internal Wi-Fi network, so you would get on that. You can sync network email anywhere. You can sync any of your emails anywhere. So in other words, you can have multiple emails on this device. You can use Office-type apps to edit or create documents. And of course, there's a lot of special purpose apps out there. On network, you would use what we call the D network, or the data network, because you're connected in. It's a very, very secure network and allows you to do your work securely. It also allows you to do things like access network drives. You guys may not use that particular feature. Printing, we have one department that wants to print. I don't know why they want to print from. This is supposed to save paper, right? But we've set up a print server and they can print from it. Off network, 3G cellular is a must. 4G, of course, is what comes with the new iPads. And you really can't, without that, you can't do work in the field. You have to have a cellular account. And you can access the network remotely and or log into your desktop. There's a lot of people that need to log into the desktop. Those people that use Eden, for example, you're really not going to find the Eden app on here. So if they're going to do finance work, they would need to log into their desktops and use Eden for that. This is these questions we've asked each department before we let them pull the trigger. What's your business purpose for the iPad? Will another device work better? What support do you need, and can you pay the cost? Yes, there is a cost to it. There's also an ongoing monthly cost if you have 3G cellular. It's not that expensive, but those are all things you have to take into consideration.
What is the 3G cellular cost?
From Verizon, the basic 1 gigabyte download per month limit is $20. And I know that on the city side, if you're a heavy user, and I haven't found very many very heavy users, the city got a plan, which I'm sure would be the same for the county, for unlimited data at $44. And that's just download all you want on 3G.
And every time you look at a different web page, is that a download?
It is.
So every time you look at...
It's a very small download,
Right.
but it is.
Or get an email or any kind of data transaction, right?
Right.
And almost whenever it's turned on and you're going to look at anything, it's part of this.
And anytime you're doing anything that involves the use of the internet, they look at that as some sort of bandwidth download. And for the most part, it's very small. I've never gone above half a gigabyte with mine, and I've watched movies on it. So, but if you play games, if you're a heavy gamer, well, you might need some help there in the 3G department.
We, of course, would not be buying you iPads for that purpose if that were a direction you wanted to go.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm just trying to think about it. I mean, the newspaper had the cost, and our memo, for that matter, had the cost about paper saved. But if we're still paying for someone to have a PC connection to the system, and then the 4G costs, that's actually, I'm not sure that we balance those additional new costs out against the paper savings. Because, again, it just doesn't sound like I would be able to get rid of my PC at home now, from what I'm hearing.
I don't know, maybe. We'll have to see.
If you want to be... But, I'm just saying, unless we're eliminating all those server connections for 5 BOCC, would we be able to is it just an add-on cost now because we have a second device?
Right.
Put it simply.
And if I could jump in, I think if you're looking at this just from, are there hard cost savings, from implementing this kind of technology? That's probably going to be really hard to get to, like you're saying. I think the analysis for the board would be, is this a tool that can make you more productive because it's easier for you to have, as you're traveling around the county and being able to either respond to emails or communicate with staff, I think would be one example. Being able to have that kind of access, again, as you're either moving around the county or the state, to all the PDF documents or web-based documents or network-based documents anywhere you are. That may or may not be a benefit to you. And so that's part of what you need to think about. But I can see how having that kind of information gathering and sharing capability at your fingertips, pretty much anywhere you are, not everywhere in the county because we still have to work on that access, but could potentially help you do your jobs better. And I think that is what you need. That's the type of thing you need to consider. Secondarily, then, I think you have the paper savings and those sorts of things that you may be able to achieve by using a device like this.
And John, if I could add, we were talking about it in my office today, about how much time is spent putting packets together, not only for the board, but for the P&Z or for the press or for whomever. There's so much, it's labor intensive to print out on the Xerox machine and then to put all those together. So there's a time savings you might want to think about throughout the organization.
Sure.
If we're just sending that information.
Well, a question here on our memo for today. Information here takes a stab at what the various savings might be for 2011. They tried to, look at that time period. And it's not the number that's important. I can see there being real savings on paper, and I don't mean to diminish that, but the most important thing is the access for information and ability to use this in the field, and communication to a degree, but okay, I'm at CCI and Rachel is on the way because the meeting starts in a half hour, and so I use my iPad. Well, I could have just called her too. That kind of thing. To me, there's got to be more savings than just the paper or benefit. For example, and I'll state up front, I didn't get interviewed for the article because I was out of town for 4 days, but I'm not going to give up my packets. It's very clear that Jack Hatfield, after 11 years and a quarter, I'm not going to change the way I do the business of preparing for meetings. So I'm sorry, Cindy, you guys, we're going to still have to help out with some packet material. But and the numbers here apparently have labor in them also. But there's got to be, for me, the other issue that we briefly talked about, John, when you brought this to us, was all the other paper we get than packets. That might be a real benefit to have access to that, so we don't have to produce that, both labor and paper costs and disposal costs, etc. But the most important thing for me is all those applications that add a convenience what this allows. And I understand by the memo that actually the iPad 2 works very well for our organization versus 3. Is that a fact?
The iPad 2 works great. The issue is you can't find any more iPad 2s. They're sold out.
Oh, they already did.
Yeah.
They were reduced cost.
Reduced costs, sure. Yeah, I can't find any more iPad 2. Maybe you can find a 16 gig Wi-Fi only. That was the least favorite of the bunch of the 16 models that they made. So that one might be around, but that's not the one you want to get for business. So
George, did you have any?
Well, I'd like to have him finish his presentation.
Yeah, because I was going to ask,
And then
let's
I-
have
then I
some
questions
demonstrations
afterwards.
of,
Well, I'll have some questions afterwards, so.
yeah, so why don't we go ahead and move on?
Okay, you want to move on to them, or?
Well, you know, you can finish, so you can finish, and then we'd certainly like some real-time demonstrations about the use.
So what we've done is set up a management system. So IT places the orders for you. We'll configure 2 Apple IDs for each department. And Rachel, another response to your previous question of what do you mean by not business ready? Apple never designed a management system for this, for corporations to use. So we have to use their system, so we have to provide all these different email addresses, and we have to have a P card on file with each iPad, and we do that per department. We manage to streamline it that way. We'll do basic help desk support. I sit down with people almost every day and show them tips and tricks for how to work the iPad. It's a fairly easy device to use once you start using it, so most of that stuff's almost intuitive. And we're also looking at a mobile management system that may be part of our future unified communications project that's starting to be in the works now. So what does the department have to do? You really have to maintain physical security on it. And you have to maintain the password security on the Apple ID purchasing account. And that's usually given to one person in the department is put in charge of that. The department's in charge of taking care of the apps they need, any accessories. Please provide IT with any personnel changes. We keep every serial number, we keep every passcode number, we keep all this stuff down, because if someone forgets it or someone leaves, or we need to wipe the device because it got stolen, we need to know this info. So, and then always contact us for any support issues. And next step for iPads, the question to ask really is, how is mobility going to work for us in the future? And by us, I mean our organization, city and county. And that number 2 bullet point right there, VDI, stands for Virtual Desktop Integration. And what I said earlier about El Paso County, they have iPads issued to quite a number of their managers, not necessarily general staff, and the department pushes out a Microsoft Windows desktop to this device, and I can even show you that, what it looks like. And they do their work in a Microsoft Windows environment, smaller screen. You can have accessory keyboards and stuff like that to help you, instead of dealing with virtual things you have to manage. But that's the way a lot of cities and counties are doing it. The bigger ones that are ahead of us in terms of a timeline of issuing tablets for mobile users. And unified communications is just a term for the next generation of phones and email and voicemail and how it integrates with smartphones and these tablets. So that's a project you'll be hearing about in the future. And there's the last slide. So if you want to know what the full tilt alien is going to do for you, absolutely nothing. So, but he's there to give you support. So, real briefly, I just wanted to show you what an email client looks like. So this is my network email. Emails show up on the left, and you just tap on them. And you can read them on the right. You can open up any kind of attachments. You can't edit any attachments in this. And this email application does not have the same as you have with Microsoft, where you have a calendar and tasks and contacts built into that one app, which is Outlook. You have to go to another calendar application. And here you can have multiple calendars. You can have them all show up on the same page for your different particular accounts. And contacts. It's another app, so you have to close one, open the other. If you want to email Jenny here at Software Spectrum, go ahead and tap her email, and then you can compose an email to her. It opens it up in the email application. So that's how you email from one application to another.
And so everyone's emails sent from their iPads are being archived on the M drive or something like that?
Everyone's network email is being archived in our Exchange server.
Okay.
But I know that some of you, I think Rachel, you're one of them, that you don't use our internal email system. You have your own email address.
Yeah, because it's bounced to my
Right, so
house.
it would be archived in the actual iPad. And one more example I want to show you real quickly is, so how you do an annotation or a markup on an agenda. Well, I bring up a browser, go to our website, aspenpitkin.com. Go down to Board of Commissioners in the calendar. For example, iPad demonstration has a link to it. Click on that link. Now, I'm only viewing it here. If I want to actually, let's say, read this and make some notes to myself on it, I would, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. And that's another thing. I would have to open in, I'll open it in Goodreader. That's the one that Rob uses. He likes that particular application. And I've got my handy dandy little stylus. This looks like a pen in my pocket. And this is kind of small, so I'll just take my 2 fingers and spread it out. And then, what's my question here? Oh, I don't know. Is this really a true figure? That's the question I want to ask at the meeting. And you save that to the application, open up the application, and you have it already all marked up. You can type on there, you can draw on there, you could do all kinds of stuff with the Goodreader PDF annotator.
Can you send that to another person?
I can. And in this one,
You don't have to do it, I was just wondering.
yeah, you can save it
And I think
and
that's,
email it.
with most of the apps, you have to find the path of how do you do certain things. And there's various PDF reading applications. You find one that you like.
And so after you made your notes on 15 different sections of an agenda, you then save that agenda inside the iPad. You're not saving it in the cloud.
You can do both.
I know, but for pulling up, so that if a topic, which often happens, lingers on for years, you can pull back previous memos
Absolutely,
clearly with your notes on them.
with your notes on them, right.
And John, additionally, you could save them in the cloud where you could access them from any device, so whether it be a laptop or your PC at home or anywhere. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay, I sent it to you.
Thank you.
You'll have it there.
And John, okay, so say, and you don't have to go back to the screen, but on the memo you showed, if that had multiple pages for that copy, you could only look at one page at a time though, right?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Instead of, like where it bleeds on to the next page, et cetera, you really have to focus on one page and then just scroll it.
Yeah, I think that's the way you'd want to do it. There's obviously apps that, especially in the Word document type emulators, that you can split the screen. You can have, a 2-page view or a 4-page view. But if you do that, think about the size of the screen.
Yeah, I'm going like
Very
this
difficult
already.
to read. So,
Good. Okay, so are we about ready to just have a few demonstrations?
Yeah.
Because we are kind of running out of time, but I think it would be valuable.
Hello, Wendy Schultz. In case you don't know me. You should by now.
George, you're okay with going over this?
Yeah.
You can make it up under open discussion.
Yeah, no,
that explains
All right. So I'm with the county assessor, and we do go out in the field and do inspections of homes. And typically, what we take to each and every home is if it's a new construction property.
See, we got a little light for you. Are you okay?
I'm fine. But we typically take a packet like this for every home that's under construction. So we have to take all of the plans and the permits and a quality inspection sheet that we provide. So this is for each and every home. We have to take one for each. And this adds up. If you're walking to the car and you have to carry all these papers and then shuffle through them. Not only that, but you have to carry some more lists to know which houses to go to. So we have to take a permit list and our inspection list. Well, all of this is now gone because of the iPad, which I love. I discovered PDF notes. And this also helped with our personal property walkabouts. So I was able, I have terrible handwriting, but because it's for my eyes only, I was able to walk through all these businesses and put it all in one sheet. And look how many are on there. This was for data entry for our records. So all I had to do was jot it down, I had to type it out once I got to the computer because this was just, to know if businesses exist or not. So that's one example that this iPad has come in handy for our field inspections. So I have all of our lists right here, so I can go in, I can zoom, and then there's some tools that I can highlight. So I need to go see this guy, so I'm going to highlight it. You can move between the pages really easily. There's a little slider at the bottom so you can see all of the pages and then select the page that you want. So I have both my inspection list and my permit list on there. I have a handful of plans on here just for an example. So I can, and that happens a lot too. I always write on it. You have to make sure you turn that tool off. You can easily zoom in to what you need to see. For instance, this guy's building a new pool. So I can read the notes really clear. Just zoom in and out by using 2 fingers. Scroll through the pages really easily. It's nice and smooth. I have maps on here if I need them. And then if I, saw this one, I can check them off the list. I'm done. Next. So that's pretty handy. These maps I had to make ahead of time. So, and mainly we like to use this, our quality inspection sheet, for each property that we see. And this is an example of one I filled out. So I just zoom in to the category I need to fill out and just start marking away. So then, that's paperless, all this stuff now. So it's really, really helped our office immensely. And I'm trying to train all my coworkers still. I've also included a blank page because if I do go to a house and they need to make extra notes, I just have a blank page right here. As you can see, the tools include a highlighter with different colors, an eraser, a pencil at different sizes, different colors. So I really like this app. This one's PDF Notes. This is the free version. there's a little ad at the bottom typically, but it's really not, I haven't noticed it in a while. I just worked around it. But it logs in through a cloud service called Dropbox. So right here I have access to all of my files that I have out in this cloud, so I can go back and forth between my desktop and here and pull in documents that I need or leave them there if I don't need them, but they're there. So if I unexpectedly get to go into this house because the owner's home, I can pull up his plans because I already have them in backup here. So it's really handy.
Wendy, how did you get the plans? Do you somehow get into Laserfish, or did you download everything you thought you might see that day?
We scan them from both city and county. We'll scan them to our email or our G Drive that we now have set up. So we have them all in digital format now. And how do I get them here?
Just wondering, because, is it ultimately you could get to the Laserfish, or because we've scanned all the building files, so I was wondering if you were finding them that way.
You can,
Not the newer stuff. The newer stuff we need to go to your office typically because it's not always updated. And we need the new stuff.
Yeah.
We have deadlines.
So you're just doing the new, okay.
Yeah, we'll scan to email or to a file, and then I'll put them on my cloud, and then I'll access them when I'm out in the field, and I need to go to that property. Let me just download it right now.
the Laserfish website does work on the iPad.
It does.
So you can view Laserfish documents.
Which I haven't gone that route,
Yeah, okay.
because I need to have it ready to go for me, and I take out pages I don't need. Yeah, so.
So is there a such thing with the iPad as backup? Or is it just in the cloud, for example, or on your, what if you did all this work on site and then something happened to your iPad? Is it in the cloud, that information?
Hopefully you put it there, because it's not going to go anywhere until you do something.
Yeah.
So if I filled out this quality inspection sheet and I didn't want to lose it, well, I would send it to my cloud so that it exists, a copy exists there, or email it to myself. You can do either.
Yeah, right.
And then the cost of your cloud is included with the 1G data?
The cloud I'm using is free.
The cloud you're using is free.
Yeah. It's called Dropbox.
An affordable cloud.
And they give you, I don't know,
2 gigs.
and I hardly come close to that, so it's fine. For our purposes, works great.
Thank
So
you.
there's mine.
We appreciate it. Mary, would you like to give us a little bit of GIS feedback here, application?
I'm going to be more cheery than John. So there's a native application in the iPad, and that's called Maps, and it's pretty useful for a lot of different things. If you travel a lot through the state, or if you're looking for particular features, it's very useful. So that's what I'm drawing right now. This just comes free on the iPad. You can look at a standard map. This happens to be the campus, kind of where we're at. We can do a standard map, a satellite map, and a hybrid, which actually has road names and some annotations on it. The nice thing here is I can also locate myself, but I probably might not have a signal. And then I can get directions. So here, if I want to find, say, where the airport is or how to get to the airport, I already typed in Pickens County Airport, it locates it, and then I can actually do a route direction, and I can either look at it on a map, or else I can look at the text description and then step through each section. So this is just like what you would find on like Google Maps from your desktop, but if you're traveling or you're trying to find locations when you're out and about, this is actually very useful, and it will locate where you are. And that's actually my little pin drop over here. So that's native application, and it's quite useful. There is something called PDF Maps. I'm not going to get into it right now just because we're running short on times, but basically ArcGIS, the mapping people can make maps, people in the field can use them, and then you could measure draw on it. You can actually add photos that were taken in that location, attach them to the map, and send them back to yourself. So a lot of good field work with that. The thing we just worked on this week was actually putting our Gizmo site, which is the internet mapping application, onto an iPad app. So this is out there available to the public. So here's the overview of Pitkin County. You have a choice of various map backgrounds. I do like the Bing background, which is a satellite, and some notations of roads. So this is our data sitting on top of a service out there in the cloud. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the background. But then if I want to go in and find out who owns a property, I'm going to zoom into the area of Redstone. And as I zoom in, you're going to see more features turning on. And now I have the parcel layer, some roads, and some address points drawing. If I just click on this property, I get the information about the parcel, owner name and account number. So that's very helpful. But let's say I actually want to develop it. I have a list of, I have my table of contents I can interact with here. So I can turn on and off various layers. I can turn on my zoning layer. And now the map will draw with zoning. And if I click on the same property, I get the choice of property in the second page. I kind of timed out, so I have to refresh. It will give me my zoning. Parcel, it does give me zoning, but I have pushed something I should not have. So then I do have my zoning map there, and I can turn that layer off. And then turn on any others I might want, like we do know Redstone is in a historic district. I could turn that on and get more information that way. So it's a nice way to interact with map layers locally. We're pushing this out to an iPad application that doesn't cost anything. So now in the Redstone area, I could turn on my aerial photography. I have my parcel lines drawing on top, and I could navigate and find things that I want. The other thing, if I click on a location, I can take this parcel, I can copy that, move it over to the assessor's website. So I'm at pickanassessor.org. I can paste that into the parcel number. I can go ahead and search it. And now I get the assessor's property page on the internet and then get more information about that property. Hello. So here's the actual property card that's on the internet related to that property. So you can interact between what you see on the map as well as the website. So there's a lot more. There's tons of mapping applications. These are kind of the ones that are fairly cool and unique to our area. So that's it.
That's even better than cool. It's really dynamic for a guy with my experience of this stuff. Okay, next, please.
I'll go very quick, I promise. I'm Ryan Keith from the Public Safety IT Department. And I'm just going to really quickly cover accessories with the iPad.
So we should turn a light on them.
Yeah, I won't be using that anymore. First, we really haven't talked about, what the iPad really physically comes with. It looks like it's just basically a 9-inch touchscreen, which for the most part it is. But it's actually equipped with 2 cameras, one on the front, one on the back. Both are capable of recording both still and video recordings. It also is designed primarily for web conferencing type tools. Apple makes a product called FaceTime that allows you to do video conferencing with another Apple user on another Apple product. But there's third-party products like Skype that also let you do video conferencing, and it'll even work over the 3G connection. So conceivably, if somebody's out in the field and you visibly need to see something, for some reason you can communicate them that way. Not a lot of buttons on this thing. There's basically one button on the top, which is the power button, and it also puts it to sleep and wakes it back up, which is how the iPad's really designed to be used. It's not a device that gets completely shut down. There's a volume control button, and that's really about it, other than the home button that kind of lets you go back after you open an application and go back to your desktop screen. Probably the best feature that this thing has is probably the battery. It's probably one of the biggest reasons it's had such a success, because it's literally got about a 10-hour battery life, so you can use this device all day without having any issues about having to worry about plugging it in. So that's what it kind of comes with externally. Accessory-wise, I went to Amazon today and did a search for iPad 2 accessories, and I think I got 36,000 results. So there's a number of third-party manufacturers that make all kinds of devices for or accessories for these things. One of them, Rachel, you were asking about whether you could play DVDs on this thing. Well, it does not have a DVD drive, but this is a camera adapter device that just plugs into the port on the iPad, and it uses standard SD cards. So if you have videos or still pictures, you can actually import those into your iPad. So even though it doesn't play traditional DVDs, there's still ways to import videos and still photos into the device if you need to do that. Cases, again, cases are huge. Probably no less than 150 different manufacturers that make various cases. And it's nice to have that many options. To some degree, you have people out there that want a more rugged device, and the iPad by itself is not very rugged, but you can get cases that protect it very well. Especially for field use, it's nice to have some of these cases that have much thicker layerings to it and can really protect it in case it gets dropped, because obviously that's kind of a fear you would have with a device like this, as it seems pretty fragile. But in some cases now even have built-in Bluetooth keyboards. These devices, the iPads do have Bluetooth capability, so you can use them with almost any external Bluetooth device. So headphones, keyboards are probably the two most used devices, but some of these are built directly into the case. Or you can even use a full, this is really a full-size keyboard. This is Apple's keyboard. But it is a full size as far as the key spacing is concerned, so you don't feel like you're cramped typing, which is a problem that you can kind of have on these smaller keyboards or netbook devices. So it is very comfortable, and you can type and open up any kind of a document program and easily type in it, and it works just as well as a laptop, at least in that regard. Probably the last accessory, well, I guess I should cover styluses. Those have already been brought up as well. The touchscreen is really designed for a finger input. So all these styluses tend to be typically bigger on the end, and it's not quite the same as if you're writing with a pen. I know Phyllis has recently gotten a stylus that has more of a pen feel to it and has a very unique end cap on it. So this looks more like a pen, but you can kind of see this small plastic disc at the end. So this feels, I think, based on your feedback, feels more like a pen when you're writing with it. So it feels a little more precise than if you were using more of a traditional stylus, which kind of has these thicker, fatter ends, and just, it certainly does better than if you're using your finger, but there's still a difference in accuracy. I mean, if you've been using paper and pen most of your life, which most of us have, it's a different experience, and it is something you kind of have to get used to with that. And finally, and I didn't get a chance to hook this up, but this is an Apple TV. Apple's even integrating almost all their devices are capable of talking to each other, whether it's their laptops, their iPhones, or their iPads. But one of the nifty things the Apple TV allows you to do is wirelessly display anything that's on the iPad through it. So you could conceivably have this connected over to the projector here and wirelessly be displaying everything that's on your iPad, no matter where you physically are in this room, or technically anywhere where the network is, because it does use Wi-Fi to broadcast that signal.
Right.
So that's how that kind of works.
Can multiple iPads hook up to one of those if the board wanted to share?
I did not really get a chance to look into that. I was kind of curious about that myself, because obviously for this particular situation, I think that would obviously be a scenario that would happen. I think the answer is yes. I mean, it's kind of a one at a time type situation. So conceivably, if somebody's kind of grabbed control of this thing and somebody else wants to display something, it's just a matter of them selecting it, which would remove the other user and have it come on. So, but tons of accessories. So lots of things that, if you limit what the iPad, what you think it can do, there's probably between the apps and accessories, you can find a way to make it do what you want. We're starting to see mobile mounts for these things. The Sheriff's Office has been looking heavily into these as well as a potential solution, and there are companies that make mobile mounts for them now. So a lot of options out there with this device. Obviously, it's very popular, so a lot of people are supporting it both from a software and hardware perspective. So.
And
That's all I got.
on the latest generation, it has both a camera and a phone, or no phone?
It's no phone. Conceivably, though, you can use the iPad as a phone. Skype, again, is probably one of the most popular apps because not only does it allow you to do video calling, but you can do technically phone-type calling with it. So you could call landline or cell phones from an iPad, assuming that you either have, you're in an area where you have Wi-Fi network or you have the 3G network.
Good. George?
Well, just some comments. It seems like the difference between an iPad and more of a traditional laptop is the interactive capabilities. That's what I'm getting. And also, the cost is less than a traditional laptop as well.
And the hardware costs, I think, are actually pretty similar between an iPad and a laptop, where the real difference comes is in the software or application costs. So where we may, I think we spend $300, is it, on the Microsoft suite? Mm-hmm. The applications on an iPad are either free, as most of the ones that are demonstrated to you today, or up to, I think, $9.99 is the most expensive that I've seen.
Is that per month?
No,
Or
to purchase.
to purchase the app? No?
Yeah.
I mean, I could see for at least my use, and I think for the board's use, that going to an iPad, we could at least cut out our paper by half. When you look at just letters that we get, emails that we get, even future agendas, or even memos of interest, I think perhaps a little bit of a challenge would be some of our land use applications, which get to be a little lengthy, graphics and maps, but I think over time, I could see becoming comfortable with that, but it is sort of a learning curve. But I could see some immediate benefits in the ability to access throughout the day wherever I am versus having to be here or at home is really my only other options, where I have the opportunity to look at emails or packets and then respond to people. So that gives me a lot more versatility as well to respond to any questions that come up. So I'm pretty excited about this, and I would say, sign me up.
Okay. We may have our first beta tester.
I think John heard that, so it's done.
Cool. So, Rachel?
Yeah, I feel like I really don't have my hands all the way around it yet, put it that way. And I really need to see, although you can send me a PDF file, it doesn't have to be written up, but some of these relationships between the machines. I mean, I'm just curious, if I were to pull down my email because I'm traveling on my iPad, then do I have to email the same emails back to myself and pick them up on my PC later, or will they still all be there to be picked up? I mean, I'm just trying to think how I get email now, because I know if I'm traveling and I go through Comcast and I'm not hooked into my own wireless at home, I later go and re-plug it into my wireless at home, and they all show up again a second time. Now I'm back to having 400 new emails on my machine instead of the 200, and all the ones I just deleted are no longer deleted, and things like that. So, I mean, I just really need to see some of this. I mean, do you really need a smartphone as well to make sure your iPod is working well for you? Or, what's the, I think you kind of do. It must have, at least I do not get a county smartphone or cell phone service now. I mean, I just pay for that personally myself, but if I'm going to have to upgrade to all these other things at the same time, I'm a little concerned about that. I'm concerned about security, frankly. It's just on the web this weekend, up to 10 million credit cards were just hacked by some company that got into a company's processing cards, and at what point is the security on the bus really good, or is the security when I'm at the Holiday Inn in Grand Junction good, and how secure are they? And I have to say I am concerned, and George alluded to it in some ways, about the size of the screen. If you're looking at a map, yes, you can zoom in, but then you lose the whole picture of the whole layout of this place, and we're always looking at, 15,000 square feet structures or compounds with the barn and this and that, the other thing. So I am concerned about how well you look at the big picture on a map and things like that. It does seem to me that it's, we're kind of halfway down the road if right now all of it is these workarounds. I mean, given the rapid turnover and development of the industry as a whole, I can imagine where they're going to be making these things that work seamlessly as opposed to everyone having to pick up workarounds, to figure out how to do this and go back and forth between one program to the next, to the next, to the next to do it right. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of value, but again, I'm just trying to think, well, I need to get a new router at home because the one that I first bought from the IT department died in the first 2 years, and now I just leave my machine plugged in, so I'm going to have to get a new router. And then I'm going to have to see it integrated with the printer, and then it sounds like I may need to integrate it with the scanner to be able to scan things in that I want to send to other people. And I don't want to see my email on 2 different machines. I'm not sure about what you mean by log into the desktop, so I know I personally need more training. I don't log into my own desktop remotely now. I either have my laptop with me or I don't have it with me. And I just come back to that whole security issue. I just, and maybe others haven't had this problem, but I did have my credit card number stolen once. And I had to straighten out, about $10,000 worth of bills with one of my cards, and had the police department here investigate it, and they said it was probably just an invented number, and they got lucky when they were inventing them, and it was used to buy fire alarms that were sent to Nigeria to make bombs. It was quite exciting, at the end of the day, out of New York City. But so security really means a lot to me, and I'm not as comfortable if you're just flying, if you're just picking up a wireless netless here and a wireless netless there while you're traveling. How do you know it's secure? How do you know you're secure? And so I'd like to see it continue to evolve, and I'd like to try to stay current with it, but I'm just not sure how I integrate an Apple iPod with my my home PC as well, because there's certainly going to be times when I want to work on the home PC. So those are kind of the questions I have. But I think we could put together a little more of a less verbal and more, this is how you do these things. This is how you answer these questions. Or these are what the total package cost is. I hate the idea of someone saying, well, it's only going to cost you $20 a month on anything. And then you find out, well, and then there's also this fee for this thing and this fee for this thing. And, well, we didn't used to charge you for the cloud, but now that you're fully addicted to it, we're going to start charging you $19.95 a month to use our cloud. And so there's those concerns.
Welcome to Technology 2012.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, this has really been great. I think, no question about it, it's exciting for the organization and see where it's going to evolve. And for me personally, it's certainly going to be a work in progress, and I'd like to sit with, for example, Phyllis and, understand some of the applications and where I would go, because my needs are going to be way less. I'm not going to need, a lot of networking, etc. But for the organization, I think it's is already a great tool, and we're going to evolve with it. So, other questions, board? Looks like we're good. Thank you, everyone, for coming and beginning our education, as it were.
Thanks. I'm sure there'll be other
Appreciate
steps.
all you do.
Yeah, I just dropped my computer off for a virus cleanup at IT this morning.
Every time I do something for this, it's automatic.
My brain's going to explode.
So George, 10 minutes?
And my nephew has got a new iPod smartphone, and he said
Calm down, it's going to be great.
so that will not be on the person to notice it, but it will be on its own.
Okay, we're back, BOCC, Tuesday, April 3rd, work session agenda. Item before us at this time are the memos of interest. Marty, you want to come up for a quick moment? And we're going to do citizen board applicants for the Senior Services Council. We have a short memo talking to us about two applicants. You want to introduce yourself and give us a little feedback here?
Yes, Marty Ames from Pitkin County Senior Services. I guess I don't have the memo in hand. We have 3 applicants, one of whom you interviewed previously.
I think the issue right now is we have 2 reappointments in front of you, Mr. Thrum and Mr. Dobkin. In addition, you had a 3rd candidate who you have interviewed. Our question at this point, and this came up during our, was it last week's discussion where we discussed the reappointment process. These were 2 positions that we just wanted a little bit more direction on as far as whether you also wanted to interview these candidates or if you wanted to give direction on appointment, and that's for Mr. Thrum and Mr. Dobkin.
You know, my understanding that these 2 applicants have served previously, and according to the bylaws, they've been off the board for at least a year, so they can now qualify for going back. And I would, I think both Mr. Buzz Dobkin and Mr. Bob Thom, Robert Thom, we're familiar with them as members of the community, and I certainly would be supportive of having them rejoin the board. And they can go back on for 2 terms, and then they have to be off. And there are many spots for applicants still open, right? I mean,
On the Senior Council, there are currently 3 openings for the regular board members and an additional 3 or more for alternates.
Yeah, there are multiple. Yeah, but who was the 3rd person? Could anyone remind us?
Sandy Kaplan, the lady from Redstone, remember?
Right, yeah, and I thought we actually gave some direction on that, but board, do we agree that Sandy also should be appointed?
I'm fine with all 3 of these.
Yeah, and regular members?
Yeah, I thought so.
Yes, those would be the 3 regular spots that are open right now.
Yes, let's go ahead and fill them, and thank you for joining us briefly here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So, John, we'll do a reso.
Yeah,
for
we'll
those.
bring that back.
Okay, good. Next item on our agenda are thank you letters from numerous nonprofits for the Healthy Community Fund grants. And I'm going to go ahead, use the prerogative of the chair, and I'll just mention the thank you notes and not mention anything else. But we have numerous, including from the Aspen School District's project graduation, from Lift Up, from Access Roaring Fork, family visitor programs, and the Colorado 14ers Initiative, Thompson Divide Coalition, the Roaring Fork School Health Centers, English in Action, Independence Foundation, Youth Zone, the Aspen Hope Center, and the Aspen Homeless Shelter. And lastly, Roaring Fork School Health Centers. So all of these nonprofits have forwarded thank you letters to us, the Board of County Commissioners. They access grants through a grant process reviewed at first by staff and a citizens committee, and then at the appropriate time during the budget year, these grants recommendations go to us, and we approve them as such, with conversation if it's needed. So we appreciate the thanks from the various nonprofits, and look forward to the great services provided throughout the community at many levels. And this is just a snapshot. That's why I read that today. Any comments from the board? We're good? Good. Let's go to future agendas. John?
Yeah, future agendas, just point out that on April 10th, we may shorten the time for the discussion of the draft resolution. I don't know if we're going to need to explore that for that period of time. And under memos of interest, we'll also be adding in the follow-up on the building analysis. We're, I think, a week or so behind when we committed to get back to you. So we'll be adding that in under memos of interest on the 10th.
And building analysis, remind me.
And what that is, when we asked to wait on making any energy improvements so we could evaluate the future of this building, I will tell you that analysis is going to be a little bit larger, obviously, because when you start to look 20 or 30 years out, you've got to think about what's happening in the courthouse and what's happening with some other departments. And so we've taken a little bit of time thinking about that.
Yeah, good. Well, obviously, I think the board's position is always do it right, and then when we're ready, bring it in. So that works.
And then I really don't have anything else other than point out that as we're getting out into late April and May, we still have a lot of space that we have to fill in, and we'll be doing that.
Board, any other? George?
A couple quick things. John, on April 10th, we have under exec session 45 minutes. I'm assuming it's just one item. We're not going to be adding items.
Well, we probably already added at least one item today that we didn't get to, so we may need to look at that schedule. But what we might do, George, is if we're taking less time on that draft resolution, maybe we'll do some moving around there.
And that's, you're referring to the set for the open space.
I'm sorry, George. Yeah, looking at that, that's going to be joint with the open space and trails.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, that I thought we were adding the item.
No, but still,
Yeah.
45 minutes, that's...
Yeah.
That's still tight.
That will work. I mean, I don't know what's on the agenda, but
Okay.
as long as you guys are comfortable with that. Because especially when it's a joint meeting, you get four of us and five of them, and if each of us talk for 2-3 minutes, 45 minutes is going in a heartbeat. But again, not knowing what is on that exact. The other question I have is, it looks like we have to tentatively schedule our next EOTC meeting on May 3rd. And
We're still working to confirm that.
And that meeting will focus primarily on the decision on the location for the pedestrian underpass.
Yes, and staff right now is continuing to work on getting dates with both the Snowmass Town Council and Aspen City Council prior to that meeting so that there's some more prep work done.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be really important that we get full participation from the city of Aspen and probably the town, well, from all of them, because otherwise we may not have a definitive decision again, which would be unfortunate if one or two people are absent.
On that item, I thought when we were at the meeting, we were looking in April, John. And we said a month, we talked definitively about end of April.
Right.
And this doesn't work for me.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an annual thing. Expect me to be gone the first week. And though one issue of importance certainly is the discussion about location and, the BRT, the other item that we were going to actually take on is the funding of the free bus fare service. And I think that was,
I thought you were waiting until your next regular EOTC meeting, because there's more time to resolve that issue, but the location issue is something that...
no, and I understand that, but I thought we were going to approach that one about the funding. Now, remind me, things were crazy at the end anyway.
Yeah.
We had Tom's fabulous presentation. I love those stickies. But anyway, go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, you know, you're right, Jack, in that there were a lot of different things being thrown around at the same time. On the one hand, it was said, well, if the location discussion is going to be easier and we can do the new funding formulas for, you know, future budgets on EOTC, then let's try to do them in one meeting. But it wasn't a definitive that we would do them in one meeting. And if you're kind of requesting that we not do it at the meeting, if you're not there, then we can put that forward.
Only the funding one.
Right,
the location, I'm good.
So maybe we just make that a little bit of a
Well,
ground.
and I think we'll have a better sense of that as staff has an opportunity to talk to the two councils to see if there's more agreement, given the information that we've collected now about, you know, how many people were crossing the street and where, and looking at the alternatives that were presented during the meeting a little bit more.
Well, and I absolutely understand and agree with the need to make a decision on that item. But I would like to hear that, therefore, that will be the topic and not the greater question about the funding issue. If you can tell me that now, then I won't have a problem not being there.
Jack, that was my understanding. I'll get that confirmed.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, because I don't want to hold up anything, and if that works and that's necessary for staff, I actually think you can have a pretty quick meeting. I'm sorry, but I understand how it works, and there's been a lot of good information out. Rachel?
I just want to confirm with George, though, when do you need to have confirmation on local share of funding for TPR?
Well, we've already got monies allocated, and there is a grant request in by RAPTA, a Tiger grant as well, and they won't know about that until probably the end of June.
Okay, so we do have time to reach this. How do we fund locally?
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
I think it is important to move forward. What I heard and understood at the meeting, I'm still not sure why it isn't in April, but let the process be. But I will request us not to have this meeting if it's going to involve the half-penny money for the fare service.
I'm trying to confirm that right now.
Okay, great. Any other future agenda items from anyone? Great.
Well, I guess we moved along so quickly. I wanted to make sure on this meeting next Tuesday that you work with the schedule. I understand the Open Space and Trails Board will have probably been meeting since 8 that morning or something, so they may not want to work into a working lunch. But I really fully concur with what George said. 45 minutes just seems way too short for any sort of executive session with both boards and backgrounding on the issue. You know, it's barely a 15-minute presentation and 2 minutes of questions, and I think we should make sure that we have enough time for that. You know, whether we have to come in at 9:30 or whether we have a working lunch. You already said you have some time to work with because of the draft resolution on the chamber for the afternoon schedule, but let's try to make sure we have enough time. And if we have other personnel issues that we didn't actually get today or other executive items, I don't know if there's an executive that can be had in that afternoon or something like that that's just our board's executive.
We could look at that.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't realize Open Space and Trails will be meeting that morning as well, their normal. They typically have a working lunch as well, and I wonder if we could provide that lunch to them and just have a working lunch.
Yeah, well, let's look at the agenda and make sure that as far as topics,
that we need to do that. But I think that's certainly an option, George, for us to go ahead and
That way we're not as rushed. We always seem to run out of time with open space and trails, and again, they're used to having a working lunch, and
Okay.
I think it'd be nice if we were to
Okay. We can look at that.
Yeah,
purchase that for them.
Because we only meet with them quarterly,
Right.
so.
I certainly concur, because we have never gone to a joint meeting and gotten everything done. So we ought to learn by that and just plan on lunch, but according to not only exec session, but the full agenda. You know, Dale has a whole lot of other things we go through in the public session too, so.
Exactly.
Okay, Rachel.
The other thing on future agendas is the RAPTA reception and dinner before the groundbreaking. I just have been able to confirm I'm not going to be able to attend that. And I don't know if they were expecting us to RSVP as a board or as individuals, or if there's three of us there, does that mean you have to be there, John, to take minutes for us as a larger meeting? Do we have to publicly notice it? I just didn't know how and what happens there, but...
You know, this is a little bit of a odd, and we're looking into this. I think they were trying to limit participation to our board members on this one.
I got some sort of email
Oh, you
invitation
got-
a while ago, and I just...
And
I
was
think we all
that for the
had been-
groundbreaking, or was it for the...
I thought it was
Okay,
for
Go
both.
to dinner, but
we're getting some mixed
Right
messages
off,
from...
I will not be present either,
Yeah,
for
and I
either
don't- I don't
of
have
those,
to
so I'm...
I mean, maybe it's because I used to be
I
more
don't think we
involved
have
with
to worry
RAPTA.
about notes.
But I'm not able to attend. That's the same weekend as the State Democratic Convention down in Pueblo. I will be attending that.
Okay, anything else for
Yeah,
this
one
item?
other quick
Go
thing.
ahead,
I knew we made some switches on our two mini topics, one on housing and one on special events, and I see housing we have April 17th, but I thought we flip-flopped one of those with special events. I don't see special events.
It's on the 19th, that Thursday. I
Thursday,
remember.
that next little above CC.
Oh, I see, okay, thank you.
And then we adjusted the time in order to allow Michael to go to Accra board meeting, or retreat, I think, actually.
Yes, the retreat.
Their retreat. So that one's changed a couple times, George.
Okay, great, thanks.
And then with Rachel and I will be off on the road.
What do you think?
Okay, I'll have one last thing. I mentioned this last week, and this is a definitive. May 8th, we have airport master plan update, as well as May 22nd, we have another airport master plan update. And I request clearly that one, because we're all so involved with the master plan, that not occur on the 8th. And I said that last week.
And that, we actually moved, that was to bring back some of the parking information, Jack, and then we moved the meeting on May 22nd, where we can continue with parking and bring the financing, which I think is what was my understanding, what you were concerned about.
Well, I'm concerned about everything about the airport, whether it's the ad in the paper yesterday or the planning exercise. And I think to have the cleanest process going, we ought to have each of us here. And I've been a strong voice about ABC, and I intend to continue to be, and there are no breakouts for me, like the parking. You know, that's a critical issue, but it's not a separate issue. You can't take parking and mass and scale and look at them incrementally, comprehensively. So I see no reason why we have to have that meeting on the 8th.
Well, we'll see if we can fit everything in on the 22nd.
There's the 14th, I think, is the date. No, the 15th. There is, and 10 a.m. is open right there, et cetera, John. I mean, that's, infrequently we do ask to be around. for a
Yeah,
particular
and
item.
I'm not denying that. I just was saying, I think we can look at fitting it all into the 22nd, and let's see.
Well, no, that's up to staff, and, you know, however you can work it. I'd appreciate that consideration. Okay, I think we're pretty well done on future agendas. How about board membership reports? George, would you like to start out with CORE?
CORE, we have a new director, executive director, and it's Mona West, and there was a press release that went out. We're really excited about having her start. Her starting date is June 1st, and Mona comes to us from the Governor's Office Energy. And before that, she was working as the executive in Boulder for a similar organization like CORE for about 15 years. So she brings a wealth of experience with her, and we're really excited about that.
Great. And how about anything else that you might, Nordic Council, RAPTA?
Nordic Council update?
Any updates?
Well, Nordic Council, actually, we met with the City Parks Department last month, and we were looking at ways to, looking at opportunities to plant some more trees on the golf course. And the Parks Department is always looking at ways to do that, and for the Nordic Council, it means adding additional shade, which will preserve the Nordic tracks a little bit longer. So,
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a long-term project to try to shade a
well,
lot of
just little
trails.
bits and
but-
pieces here or there, because they still want to maintain the feeling of the open space and has to sort of work with the golf course as well. But the golf course, of course, was purchased by open space dollars, so it's not just for use as a golf course.
Yeah,
And
the city open space.
city
right,
open space,
yeah.
right.
Okay, well, good. How about RAPTA, anything new?
RAPTA, as everyone probably knows by now, is we approved the purchase of 22 CNG buses that will be part of the BRT program, so they've been ordered. So that's pretty exciting.
Great.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, certainly.
We received a couple of letters in our boxes about the BRT stop in El Jebel, and there's been letters in the papers and things like that. Can you explain what is the controversy, what is the layout there about the access road to?
Well, the controversy is, well, we had a presentation from Eagle County. You may have not, you were gone.
You were in Washington,
And
D.C.
Eagle County is working with, we're coming up with a new access plan off of 82 to address the whole Crown Mountain development area as well as the RAPTA stop. So they gave us a presentation, and we gave them comments in terms of our concerns. So that's sort of an ongoing discussion between Eagle County, the residents, town of Basalt, and certainly us as advisory comments.
Well, I guess, to be a little more specific, I'm concerned, is RAPTA using the location and extent review powers to just make its own final decision, or, you know, where does the interplay between the communities and RAPTA's, you know, role? Does RAPTA compromise? I mean, I realize you never make a decision where everyone's all happy, but how's that playing out?
Well, RAPTA purchased space for their park and ride for the BRT right next to City Market. And RAPTA is actually working in concert with Eagle County. It's really driving the issue in terms of where the actual location of that intersection might be and how that will occur. So it's really an Eagle County issue. RAPTA is actually using less of the property that they originally had intended because of the needs of Eagle County. So the concerns are really the impact it would have to the Solpers Village residents, and their concern is traffic backing up and perhaps people driving through that residential neighborhood instead of dealing with that intersection. So again, that's
Okay.
in sort of the hands of Eagle County to make those decisions. RAPTA,
Yeah, it just struck me as interesting of whose extension and location and extent review prevails when you have two different governmental agencies that are both, having to coordinate between the intersection improvements, the park and ride improvements, and where the BRT stop would really be. But the BRT stop would really be on the highway, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So you park and then you walk over.
the issue is the parking and the,
So it's not a matter of the buses being routed by the Sopris neighborhood.
right.
It's regular traffic. Okay, thank you for that
And
clarification.
also, we did have a pretty informative presentation by Eagle County and, of course, GR. And one of the real, and this planning exercise has, as George mentioned, is really generated by the potential future expansion of the Crown Mountain Park and their huge plans that they talked about. And one of the main ingredients is the location for access to the Eagle County complex would go around into the open space, and there's a lot of concern, and it's expressed, I think, on this board about that and its encroachment. Really, it just goes out and cuts across to the parking lot, and it's got to be a lot of redevelopment there to make this work for the parking for RAPTA. They're talking about the potential of, I guess, stop signs or roundabout, but off the highway. So, it's like Sopris Village, City Market, Highway 82, and Eagle County. So really, there's a lot of complex movements there. But there was a lot of dissatisfaction about that open space encroachment into the little park they have at Sopris Village there, as well as the last element of what's really driving this is that future, and that's undetermined. But Eagle County's trying to get a handle on it. So there was not any real determination of direction. We didn't say, oh, no, we don't like this, but there's a lot more need for everyone to get together to find a solution, as you're pretty aware from like the two letters we just got. Citizens are up in arms.
Yeah, I could hear that.
Locally, as you could infer from the letters. Okay, we'll go, Rachel, how about QQ, Club 20, the round table, etc.?
QQ met, that's Northwest Council of Governments Water Quality and Quantity on March 21st. A lot of the meeting focused on the history of the cooperative agreement and the settlement with Grand County and Denver Water, what various benefits other smaller water providers are getting out of it that you don't necessarily think about, what it means to Summit County, what it means to other counties. And I think as much as anything, it really pointed out the predicament we all don't want to be in the future, where we're just kind of on our knees asking for a little bit of water to be restored to some of our creeks and streams, which they've made the best deal they could, but it's really a challenge for them. There was an update on some of the legislative matters, and for the most part, I don't think there were any bills, maybe one bill that QQ was opposing, and that was on the nutrient standards. Apparently through the hearings and input on the draft, most of the water providers and sand districts were comfortable with kind of a lowered and more tailored nutrient standard. And we're not in opposition to it, but before the process had worked through to that point, there had been legislation introduced to say that from now on the interim water committee would have hearings on things like nutrient standards and pass or approve those. And there was a kind of great deal of concern that we're going to be starting to politicize the activities of our different regulatory offices across the board, and make those as the political decisions instead of science-based decisions. And I'd be the first to agree there can be increased costs from bringing systems up to modern standards and to future standards, but it's becoming a bigger problem. It's more specific right now, say, to the South Platte River than to high mountain streams, but with the extra phosphorus and nitrogen that's being released into the water from the sewage plants, you see a huge outgrowth of algae and things like that then really choke off the rest of the aquatic life and the fish. So that's still a pending measure with CCI. And we also have seen kind of the role. Barbara Green is the contract attorney for QQ, and she has a role on the governor's task force for oil and gas development. And
For the fracking?
On the fracking, kind of developing. And she is a very strong and well-equipped advocate for local control, local government control. And I think through her legal research has made it very clear, and has also written letters to CCI about what the local control and 1041 powers of counties and municipalities is. And that I think her role really helped shift the focus ever so subtly of the task force, which originally was like, well, how do we streamline this and make it easier for industry and clarify the role of local government? Well, she's kind of like, this is the role of local government, this is the powers that were given to the local government, and there's no question about that. And the legal briefings of which cases decided that. So it's been a very strong statement on that part. There was further discussion about the presentation that they've been making on the economic value of water to headwater communities, and that seems to be very well received, and they even have a presentation of that now going forward to the Colorado Ag Alliance in the Front Range in Greeley, and they've received some more grant dollars, and they're expanding it to include the impact of those sort of water and dollars into Lake County as well, one of our neighboring counties. So that was kind of the QQ update.
Yeah,
And-
great. And I remember when I represented us on QQ, Barbara Green being very knowledgeable and strong. We are very lucky that she has stuck in there through all the battles and still a strong voice.
Yeah, she really does a great deal for us. Club 20, I just came back from their weekend meeting this past Friday and Saturday. Let me think about this. It was the every 2-year change of leadership of chairman. The new chair is a fellow named Steve Reynolds. He's out of Glenwood Springs, Garfield County, and he owns a company called The Gym, and is kind of a fitness professional. That is his background. He's been the chair-elect for 2 years, so he's gone through a lot of training. I think he'll do a great job. He asked me if I would remain on the executive board as one of his 4 directors' appointments, and so that was good. I said yes, I would, so I no longer have to be elected from the region, as it were, as I was last time. So Tom Harned from the Eagle area is kind of resuming his role as a Region 12 representative. They did take a position that I think is very different from ours, and that was to amend an existing policy that they have urging the more quickly moving forward with oil shale development and implementation. I voted against this resolution when it was first put forward, whether it was a year or 2 ago. I voted against the renewal of that policy as well. And I was the only one to do that. But it was interesting because I really have had to put a little thought into this conversation with the National Chamber of Commerce that we've been having, and Club 20, obviously is not all that interested in the carbon impacts as well, or climate change. They have one resolution on the book to acknowledge climate change, and they also have policies to support renewable energies development, and talk about responsible policy. But I think there is a real difference in that at least you're really at the table and you're able to talk to the partners, and perhaps with some staff support I could even bring a potential resolution or amendment to that policy again further next summer. The thing that particularly bothered me was that They talk about the U.S. Department of Energy estimates that as much as 1 trillion barrels of recoverable oil may exist in the oil shale deposits of the Green River Formation, southwest Colorado, so on. And it said, but the problem is we haven't talked about what is that carbon load that should that 1 trillion barrels of oil be burnt, what will that do to our atmosphere, and what are those impacts? It was reported in the Grand Junction Sentinel that I had voted opposed to this because of those carbon impacts, and then I was further interviewed with one of their television stations. And so I think that you both have that opportunity to have a little more direct play at the table and bring those points forward in a way that some of the media pays attention to. And you also, of course, then really have an opportunity to meet some of the actual on-the-ground land managers and contacts within Colorado who are more direct. And so I think that there's other valuable information, tools, and approaches to that. So that was one of their major issues. The other issue that seemed to be of great interest to them, and I'm sitting here looking, where did I write down the bill number? But it's the bill that we're still looking at to eliminate the hard-to-carry fund from telecommunications. That's kind of playing out right now, and they were directed through the executive board to write a letter opposing the elimination of the hard-to-serve. Is that the name of it, the hard-to-serve? I'm sorry, I didn't bring that in. Up here.
Now, this is not, it's not the Rural Telecommunications, it's not the Rural Broadband Jobs Act?
No, it's not the one that Gail Schwartz was sponsoring.
How about Telecommunications Modernization Act of 2012?
Yes, that's the one. And there's a lot of concern with that because what has happened, if I remember the background, the hard-to-serve fund is so that there'd be equal access to broadband, and actually they're really talking cellular. Frankly, let's go backwards, telephone service. So there's always been a little bit of a subsidy to provide, and now they realize that across western Colorado, the predominant users of that fund is CenturyLink. And so they've started to ask, well, does CenturyLink really need this subsidy going forward? In maybe Grand Junction is no longer, quote, hard to serve, but if you go 10 miles outside of Grand Junction, it suddenly is again, and all across the western Colorado. And the elimination of that fund is $25 million would be put into, quote, increasing broadband access on the western slope, but that's nowhere near the type of money that's needed to actually address broadband access. And there's concerns that western slope citizens are going to see their phone bills just go right through the roof very, very quickly without any of the subsidy. And it sounded like the discussions at the Front Range were very just east slope, west slope, and that, you know, I've been told this is maybe 3 to 10 cents a month on your bill to fund the hard-to-serve service, but that, you know, it's kind of like, well, why should I pay for western slope people to have cheaper phone service or to support CenturyLink? And so there's a lot of, you know, legitimacy to modernizing it and maybe to eliminating some zones where it's no longer, you know, fits into that hard-to-serve zone, but that the bill in front of us is just far too sweeping and could really, really damage. You know, a lot of people were giving anecdotal, testimony at the meeting to say, you know, I looked at where they have 4G coverage and it's nowhere on the western slope, so I didn't get a 4G contract for my new smartphone. And this sort of thing, and really kind of struck me even when we were having our iPad conversation of what type of service and what are those fees going to be to access that going forward on the western slope without this system.
At CCI, we dealt with that issue. This bill, Senate Bill 157, we took a monitor position with further work to be done, and one of the sticklers for us is the sufficiency test. If there can be identified five carriers in an area, it would no longer qualify for those grant funds that you're talking about. So, you know, but how do you define that? And who are the carriers, et cetera? That's an issue. And the actual, you know, and by following through, I've read in the paper CenturyLink is already saying, just I think as you alluded to, that, well, if this fund goes away, cost of service is going to go up everywhere. So this has it needs a lot more work.
Well, and it seems like there's a couple of different other competing things as well, because while an area may have 5 carriers, those carriers may subcontract with CenturyLink to actually provide the service. So while you have, it's almost like having although it's broadband, Rothenthal or Sopra servers or something, they still are contracting with someone else to then provide the service. So you can have a small telecom in the Western Slope, but they don't own the full system. They have to at some point hook up to a landline system. They eventually hit to some of the fiber optics to be able to carry that signal and transmit that signal. And so if that down the chain is CenturyLink, then those rates will just be passed along. So it seemed like the Western Slope could really be taking it in the shorts on that one if it's just totally eliminated. But the provider of last resort is the other terminology. So that that if no one will cover an area, this subsidizes is one thing, and then is the sufficiency of the carriers, is their true competitiveness. I think there was going to be close to a total of $25 million hit to CenturyLink for that financial impacts, and so then they will be spreading that back among their customers to remake that. So it doesn't sound like it's very good for people on the Western Slope.
Well, I think the good news about it is there's movement towards modernizing how we deal with telecommunications. But the solution is a long way off. And ironically, though, the bill's sponsors are 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. So it's not like it's pro-business, pro-this. It's simply just a lot of work to be done here. So, anything else for
the other item I would bring up is during the Saturday more educational sessions, there was a presentation by, I think it was the Western Energy Alliance, Western Resource Alliance, and it was supposed to be a presentation on an energy blueprint for the Western Slope. And instead, the presenter started really talking in very partisan terms and about how they were going to win back the administration in the next year and how they were just being stymied from massive amounts of development. Some of that is not unusual to hear at Club 20, but it was just so blatantly partisan, and he talked about environmentalists lie. They don't work hard like we do. We're the kind of people who work hard and always tell the truth, and they always lie, and they don't work hard, and everything like that. So I asked the first question and just basically said that this is really an insulting presentation, and your comments are very insulting to who Club 20 is trying to be at this time and going forward. That we are a nonpartisan organization. We try to work collaboratively and hopefully bring some environmentalists into our fold for better solutions. And this is not the way we would expect this presentation to go forward. And I heard back from the past chair and the current chair that they fully agreed with that comment, and they thought that it was inappropriate and that he had, as he said, switched up his presentation. It was still very good insights for a community such as ours that are concerned about carbon and concerned about the environment, and where he talked about how they were doing dial testing to see the reaction of their messaging around the different ads that they were going to run this coming election season, and what their polling was showing in terms of how to really hit the right message. And then he was exhorting the crowd to start funding those grassroots organizations again, because we all took a breather when the Bush administration got in, and we all thought we all had it done, and we lost 8 years there where we could have been making real progress. And that the biggest thing of all, I guess, was that not biggest, but they're hanging their hat on introducing legislation very soon to have a moratorium on all rulemaking and regulations by the various branches of the federal government, so that we don't see the EPA try to protect the air anymore, or the water, or anyone rulemaking with the BLM or the Forest Service in terms of protecting the forest. And it's just, again, was a very good snapshot of what
Certain mentality.
what the agenda is going into this November's election.
Yeah.
Just leave it at that. So sometimes it's good to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah, it's really a shame that that is the state of politics in America, this partisan divide. And unless the people, the citizens, the voters, wake up and try to choose candidates, not by ideology, but at least a more moderate, show a moderate desire to work with people, we're going to always have this divide. And it's not going to be good for America, so that's a shame. Rachel, you pretty well caught up?
Yeah, that's good for Club 20. Thank you.
Well, let me do CCI because you
Yeah, please.
took a break for the first time, and I can remember even not being at a meeting, which I actually congratulate you on.
Well, thanks. I did have family in town.
We have several bills at CCI, and we've already talked about the Telecommunications Act. There are two bills that are of interest to Janice Cardell, because our close association with elections and the recent, actually it's a couple-year controversy relative to inspection of ballots under the Colorado Open Records Act. We did support Senate Bill 155, and that is really intended to begin finding a path how a member of the public could access ballots in a transparent way, but still protecting the identity of the voters. So we did support that, as well as, and that's in general government. Another one in general government is House Bill 1267, and it has to do with election procedures and stubs on absentee ballots. And we were supportive of that except for one item in it, and we were absolutely opposed to the component that talked about limiting early voting to 1 week. And this is really not consistent with voter access. We know in our community that's an important way to access the ballot. People travel, et cetera, et cetera. So we're not going to support it if that's there, but it appeared that the sponsors are willing to amend that out of it. As far as Michael had asked the question on House Bill 1136, prohibiting the use of public land for retail sales, and that it prohibits counties from operating or contracting with private entities at truck stops and fueling stations is really, I think, a key for why Michael asked the question relative to RAFTA and natural gas and fueling stations. We opposed it. It's in its first committee. Now, this is, of course, third week of March, in its first committee, but it's not strong, and staff didn't feel like it was going to go real far. It hadn't been PI'd yet, but it just wasn't looked to as being very favorable. Another one under the Ag Subcommittee, House Bill 1317, the Parks and Wildlife Commission composition and terms, is really a problem from CCI perspective in that the new reorganization has less members and no local government representative, and that's a real concern. One of the commissioners made a motion, and it was approved, that, well, if they don't have an designated local government individual, maybe one of the people who are ag-oriented and looked at being placed on that committee can be a current or previous commissioner. And so that's how they try to kind of work in the local government rep. It's not very practical, I don't think, and I actually didn't vote for that. We had a good debate, and it lost by only a couple. It was very close. So, Rachel.
Yeah, that was also discussed at the QQ meeting, and the concern is that it's being kind of more heavily structured towards agricultural interests as opposed to sportsmen or non-consumptive recreation users of the public lands, and that it just isn't really representing user groups very well, recreational user groups, and it is being, the bill is introduced with Gail Schwartz, but it seems like the two sponsors have very different views. Jerry Sonnenberg, and he is very strong on ag interests and not so much actual recreation or sportsman's interest. So there's just still a lot of questions about how that's going to shake out. People are very concerned that maybe the board's getting too small and then going to be too heavily weighted towards the ag interests. And he's also, is he the fellow who introduced the bill about selling all the public lands?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
well, he's...
for ag purposes.
Yeah, and he's, I would say, relative to our, Pick and County viewpoint, he's not doing anyone any favors here as far as trying to come up with a board that works for multiple interests. And Gail and him are having a hard time even communicating, getting on the same page at this time. So I don't know what the future is if your sponsors are not, working out the various differences. But anyway, that's an ongoing issue, and we'll take up that, I'm sure, April 20th at our next CCI meeting. The last thing, we had a presentation from a gentleman named Daryl Branson from the Colorado 911 Resource Center, and he talked to us about the status of Next Generation 911, and obviously that's a very serious conversation going on. John, I expect Mark is tuned into what's going on there?
Yeah, I haven't had a discussion with Mark, but he does stay up on these emerging technologies and such, so it's a discussion we can have with him.
Yeah, and I brought his card, Daryl's card I'll give to you, just, so you have the link if there's a desire or a need. I'm sure he's already communicating.
Yeah.
This future 9/11 is going to be pretty involved and
Costly.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about how it's funded. That will have to be all worked out. But we know technology is not static, so we need to be involved.
Phyllis just informed me that Mark's actually part of the working group.
Oh, perfect. Great. Good. Well, that's it on CCI. And any other comments on our board membership reports? Looks like we're good.
One last one. We also had the Colorado River Basin 1177 roundtable meeting on Monday, the 26th of March. And, the challenge is still that we're, all being herded towards the gate. I don't know if it's the slaughterhouse or it's the open pasture, but towards producing, quote, what we see as a good water portfolio for the future of Colorado. And, it just has become very apparent that the portfolio tool we're using, it measures ag land loss if you don't have new supply, but it doesn't measure non-consumptive values lost if you do have new supply. So it doesn't say if we take another 200,000 acre feet from the western slope, what will that damage be to the western slope? It just talks about how much farmland we'll lose if we don't develop this. And we still continue to see significant pushback, I would say, from the water providers around the issue of how much efficiency and conservation is legitimate. How much can they push on their consumers? And we try to bring forward the idea that, hey, this is about that next 5 million people who are moving to the state of Colorado, and how do we set the patterns for that development to be reasonably and responsibly done. It's not necessarily about making everyone retrofit and zero-scape their lawns today, but, as others are, kind of nervous about where that goes. We've been assured that they'll start to try to be more narrative in their description and not depend just on the portfolio tool quite as much, but there still is, it's all hurting towards that direction.
Yeah, this is obviously a concern for the western slope because we're the source of the water, and the only undeveloped major amount of water is on the Yampa, I think. Is that not
The
correct?
Yampa and the White.
In that river system, as it were, and, well, what does that mean? I mean, it's more trans-mountain diversions and
And
exchanges.
they seem to be a little too far away to be economical. But I think there's no doubt that with the settlements on the upper Colorado, we now being the we're the second most heavily diverted county in Colorado already. And that's one thing that became very clear from the Headwaters report down with QQ. And so we continue to kind of wonder what that will mean to us as people go forward. So.
Well, talking about a gap in where's the water coming from, it still appears that there's not been the ability to deal with non-consumptive environmental uses, right? I mean,
they've been measured at some level, but it's a lot harder to quantify. It's easy enough for them to say, well, you need X many gallons per person per day in a residential structure. It's a lot harder to say what really keeps a healthy river, a healthy stream, what keeps it a rafting season open 60 days instead of just 25 days. There's been a lot of background work on that, but it's still
a work in progress.
A work in progress.
Which might not ever get worked out, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really very concerned. And
Their next meeting is April 23rd, if anyone else would like to attend any of those, and then May 21st on Mondays.
well, thanks for all your involvement and knowledge in the water issues, Rachel. It's really important that we stay on top and obviously consistent with the citizens' support for the healthy rivers and streams. It's a battle that's not going to end, Okay, next item, John, open discussion.
Yeah, a couple of quick items. Last week, we had told you that we'd finished our selection process on the IT analysis. That will start next week as our kickoff, I believe.
Friday
So,
of this week.
we'll be keeping you informed as that moves forward. Work is continuing next door on the clerk's project. We had a little setback with some materials that were found, some non-friable asbestos, but we tented it, had it removed, and are keeping the project on track. We did cut off all the air circulation and such in the building, and that was removed over the weekend when folks weren't in here. So,
Have we done any testing of dust or anything afterwards to make sure there was no fugitive dust?
It's really pretty. It was found only in one very small location, and actually there wasn't. I think it was some that was contained in the mud when they originally mudded over the seam there. But it was only found in one very small location. Didn't test anywhere else. So yeah, we think it was pretty easily and well contained.
Thank you.
So, and then the other thing I would note, and I think is important to note just for public consumption, is that there was an ad placed in the Aspen Daily News. The layout of the ad was done such, maybe I'm getting ahead of you, Jack, but the layout of the ad was such that it did make it appear as if the commissioners had signed off on that. That was actually an open letter to citizens, encouraging citizens to contact the board regarding the airport project. I'm not going to go into any detail about the specifics or such that were in the ad, but I do want to note for the public that the airport planning process, the master planning process, is a space reservation. And so the plan, if approved, it's a policy document that's taking a 20-year look at what we think we're going to need for facilities and space to reserve them. And so when we're talking about the potential, for example, of an 80,000 square foot terminal, approving this plan does not approve an 80,000 square foot terminal. What it does is it reserves space. And then at the time, in that 20-year time frame where we would either have the capacity needs, and that seems financially like the right thing to do and environmentally the right thing to do, we would design those facilities according to whatever the business needs are and such at the time. And so if business practices have changed or demands look different at that time, we could design a smaller facility, and it would go through a whole nother public process to be vetted and approved. And so I think it's very important to understand that this is a space reservation process. The board is not in the position right now of actually approving development of facilities of the size or scope. And also, right now, the board is considering alternatives. There has not been an alternative decided. There's a preferred alternative that actually has less square footage than what was listed in the ad. So I'll leave it at that for now and answer any questions that you all might have.
I just want to bounce off on that. Jack
Mike, you want to focus on this just so we can identify?
And I said we don't have any problem with concerned citizens providing their input, but I think those concerned citizens should also be responsible citizens. And the way this has been presented is that it alludes that it comes from the Board of County Commissioners. So, if you have some concerns, and I sent some emails to both editors of both papers asking that they look at following the same policies they do for letters to the editor and op-eds, and have the names of the people who are actually placing those op-eds, those letters, those ads, and they responded back. So you can be concerned, but you should be responsible as well.
Yeah, and I'd like to weigh in just a little bit. The reason why I brought this is, and asked Mike to focus on this article, was clear that though there's a lot of information here, it's incumbent upon concerned citizens groups to make sure that they get their facts right, that they, again, and I'll agree with George, are responsible in identifying who it's from, because we've gotten emails and phone calls collectively. Many people really thought that this ad was from us. That's the comments that I got. And in addition, I know that there's a private email here alluded to as opposed to a public email. As an individual commissioner, I have many of the same concerns here. I think we all do, and we're doing the best job we can, but there are multiple steps to this. And as time goes on, we'll hone in further with, for example, the next 2 work sessions we have scheduled, or 1 or 2, and then we'll have something, I think, more direction. As also a citizen activist for years, speaking for myself, I think I understand how to do this, and you don't want to get out in front. And I think this is a little premature. But most of all, you've got to identify who it's from and who your group is, because to have credibility as a citizens group, the public has a need to know about transparency. the facts so we have different perspectives, and where it all might land at the end is one thing, but how we get there is another, and I'm not sure that this is that helpful at this time for educating the citizens. So, John?
If I could just add, obviously, as we go through our planning process, we are anxious to get input from citizens, and we would encourage anyone who is interested in the airport project to go out to our website, www.aspedairport.com. All of the planning documents, all of the comments, all of the preferred alternatives are there, as well as an opportunity to leave comments that become part of the record of our master planning process. So we do encourage citizen input and hope that concerned citizens will take some time to go out onto our website.
Yeah, thank you, John. Any other comments on this topic?
Yeah, I would make a comment. I received an email this morning. I don't know if others did or not, but it really was attacking our former county manager and saying that there was a conflict of interest and leading us down the wrong road by our nose and all sorts of things like that. And, you know, I'm not sure if Hillary has been involved in some of the public outreach sessions, but our board made a decision, upheld our ethics standards a couple years ago after she had left, that although she might be working for one of these firms, she could not represent or present to our board. And so I found it to be just tremendously out of bounds as a comment to just go on the attack mode automatically. I think that we've been through a very thoughtful process that has been open to the public, that's been through televised meetings, televised work sessions, and that process began with the airport runway extension, which literally I think took fully 3.5 to 4 years of my first term. It was not rushed. It was thoroughly done. It was approved. It was constructed this summer, and it's been of great benefit. It was constructed under John's watch as our manager, and it has been highly competitive and of great benefit to the community. And so I hate to see kind of wild rumors being started, as it were, that, you know, name someone as some sort of evil person or someone else as an evil person. And I think that there's a lot of background that we have discussed publicly in our meetings before about what obligations a community has when it has a public airport and when it has taken federal FAA dollars to buy land surrounding that airport. And we are trying our best to find ways to protect the size and the scale and the pace of development and what we do control there. But there's a lot of elements that we basically don't control, that there are what are called grant assurances that have been assured from the original procurement process, accepting of those grants to buy the airport ranch, to buy the land along the west side, that carry their own strings, and just put it that way. And it's unfortunate that parties who are interested in bidding on a commercial contract at the airport on one side would like to mislead the public to think that that could then be used as a way to fully preclude development on the other side forever. And we've just not found that tool, and I don't think that that tool exists. Or that, as a board, we are interested in overdeveloping or becoming like Eagle Vale or anything like that. We're also kind of hearing, well, the town is only 6,000 people. Why should the Aspen airport be that small? And I think we need to look at the fact that this is an airport literally for our valley and for the entire county, and it is not just about what are the needs of some residents of Aspen sometimes. So we're just seeing a lot of kind of wild accusations, lack of fact, and folks who have a vested interest in trying to make a commercial operation of their own go at the airport stir up a lot of doubts about others for potentially pecuniary gains of their own. And that's unfortunate. And so I really am a little concerned about this as well.
Yeah, I don't think we will put up for impinging someone's character as a board and as an organization. Hillary did a great job, and I see no conflicts of interest or any problems with that element. Citizens have every right to communicate through whatever means they have, but got to understand that there are certain boundaries, and so we're not going to put up with personal attacks and all of that. On the other hand, again, citizens have a right to be concerned. We'll find that though maybe a small group is involved in potentially doing something at the airport, I think the general community is going to be very concerned about how this plays out, and they ought to get involved, and more than having 6 people come to a meeting, get educated, watch it on TV, whatever it takes, because we all need to have the best airport it can be in the scale that we want and expect in our community currently and in the future. And there's a path to getting there.
Yeah. I agree with that, Jack, and I guess one last thing for our record since we're discussing this, but we all talked to John earlier this year, it's not that far into this year yet, about increased public outreach, increased number of open houses, and taking the information and the process on the road to groups, so it's not as if people just have to come to our meeting, but this is an open and transparent process. As you've said, I welcome and we all welcome as much input as possible to this process to get the appropriate and the best process outcomes possible for the community. But nothing is imminent. There's no skies that are crashing down. There's no decision deadline looming. We're still in an information gathering phase and an outreach phase, and we have already instructed that we have enhanced public process and outreach on this.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jim will be coming up with a schedule for that and how it plays. The summers, I guess spring, actually, technically, is a real good time to start furthering that conversation. John?
And I just note that has started. We've been meeting with caucuses, service groups, commissions from the City of Aspen, as well as we have meetings set up in Snowmass Village. We'll be at Rotary later this week. For Snowmass Village, we present to Aspen Rotary, the Realtors Group. We had it set up with, I think we have a total of, I want to say, almost 20 outreach meetings set up that we've been attending. I know George had an opportunity to attend one with the, his joint with the Emma and Crystal, or Emma and Snowmass Capital Caucus.
Yeah, and I would, again, ask the public to get involved and educated. And again, respect other difference of opinion, and we can do this right. Any other open discussion items? George?
Yeah, while we're talking about community outreach, Senator Bennett was in the Valley yesterday, and he had a small group of people together in Glenwood Springs. I attended for discussion on the Thompson Divide area, and we had representatives from industry there, a few elected officials, myself, a city councilman from Glenwood, and the mayor from Carbondale. We had a representative from the ski company, from the Cattlemen's Association, from a fishing guide. So I think the senator was trying to get a sort of a small group together, a balanced group to hear the different concerns surrounding the Thompson Divide. And what was clear to me at the very start of that discussion was that industry was really not interested in looking at ways to work with the Thompson Divide Coalition in terms of buying out their leases. They were pretty adamant in saying, we want to develop in this area, and we're really not interested in looking at a buyout. So given that, I continue to press Senator Bennett for his leadership to look at drafting legislation to, again, once and for all, protect Thompson Divide area from oil and gas future development. We talked about the importance of the healthy forests, the importance of clean air and clean water, and the economies that are driven in the long term for protecting this area. So I thought it was a good conversation. Senator Bennett gave us a strong hour, and I think we'll be able to follow up with his staff to continue those conversations to see how he can continue to take a leadership role in this issue.
Yeah, thank you, George.
Thank you for attending and reporting.
Any other open discussion items? Well, we are later than I thought, but at least we made up a little time. We're adjourned.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Grassroots.
And Mike.
And Mike. I thought he was Mr. Grassroots.